So the torque can absorb. So it's another day of nothing.
So who started that bullshit then?
You need a gust of wind to get this straight, or a couple of I mean, it was worse.
What about undoing that ribbon and tying it down?
What, here?
Yeah, tie it to the top.
It just won't pull it.
I'm going to undo this ribbon and use this. Yeah.
Sorry, whose typo is this?
Oh yeah, I think
Whose typo is this? Sorry, I need to...
Yeah, I'm going to move that.
Can I move now?
Yeah,
Because
you
I
can,
need
you
to
can
go.
move it as long as... Yeah. Okay, if you're okay with that, I'm going to stay
Yeah.
here.
Sorry.
Oh, I see the speakers.
Council PA, but there's loads of agencies.
So we can take a paper.
Website, every agency.
Which video?
The actual Assange support.
Right, okay. Are there actually any British mainstream media?
Yes, guys.
Yeah, but I mean, how big are you? You
I
don't know?
don't know.
I've just been asking everyone. They're all from Germany, Italy, CNN, campaign.
I mentioned that we're getting
Yeah, hopefully.
you won't have the double.
I am. They pay more than Sky.
I bet they do.
No, Sky have screwed us freelance. They're the best with freelance. They quite royally fucked us over.
No, I know, it's ridiculous.
They've got his kids in, running around with cameras. I'm sorry, I'm quite vocal about that.
No, feel free. Oh, I'm sorry. Using it as an armrest.
No, sorry, on the spot.
You can't be a fluid head for an armrest. No, I mean, I've been extremely loyal with them for 14 years. I mean, and they really helped me out, but in the same sense, they squashed us out. And come the election, who knows what's going to happen.
Well, exactly. take their job.
I haven't stopped training the Ranger guys. I've trained. I did one night where I trained Lens, and I said to Ed, "Well, I'm training the person who's going to replace me." Oh no, you need to. Let's Ramsey when he started. Yeah. Yeah, but you have to.
And expect you to just do it.
But this is what I was just saying, you know, like, I booked some leave, and then they're saying,
You're just taking.
yeah, no, it's just really weird. I just, loads of time, I just there's something wrong with that. I don't think I knew this was going to happen. Like last time I did lives over there. I couldn't get to the stage of doing lives over there. So I was hoping they would show the families
Oh, you said, they said approximately 9 a.m.
But if he gets here when we're doing this,
So I mean, I assume you might have some intel in terms of timings.
Yeah, let me have a look at that.
you know, Nick,
Hang on. So we've got to stop now. Stage is at 9 to 10.
Yeah.
Then Stella, there's a statement in the press bit at 9:30. 9:30. That's the first bit. What's before that? 8:30 people got their so Stella is speaking from the press pit. That's the press pit's over there. Yeah. And the court hearing starts at 10:30. So basically 9 here, then to 9:30. No, fuck that. That's fine. They don't know.
Right. I'll go several.
Black background. Oh God.
that's the other problem. No one answers the phone. I'm just trying to silence.
They only come out when it's sunny.
Where's Rogers gone? I've known him for years.
No one asked Nick, and Nick would probably know his name.
He knows everybody's name. I'm the shit with names. You know him. What's the guy's name that's at Reuters? What's the guy's name? Yeah, I knew it was... I thought it was some fucking European name. I heard him say, I knew it was Gary, but I was thinking, no, that's not Gary. He doesn't look like a Gary. I thought it was some European name. I was second guessing myself. I haven't seen him in years.
Oh, really?
No, because I'm not... Yeah.
What's this guy? See?
Idiots.
All black, balaclava.
I like how the stage guys have blocked out their number plates. Front and back. I get it, so they don't want to be associated.
You don't get a ticket,
Was it's not just that. They don't want to, I guess they don't want to be a... Maybe that's maybe why. Yeah. But then they get a ticket for not having number plates as well. There's a whole... That's a worse violation.
Yeah, but they can't though, because they get your registration. They can't look at your tax return. They won't be able to. They
Can't they just touch it? Really? Are you kidding
You've
me?
seen motorbikes.
Yeah, but surely they could go to you and give you and fine you for not showing your due.
Not tackle. Copper might be able to.
Copper's all around here.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they didn't do it. Wow.
But Trev, you've seen motorbikes when they're parked on pavements around central London. That's when they cover their plates, it's so that they're not allowed to lift the.
So she's going to arrive just before 9 in the first year. So what I'm going to do, she's probably going to arrive by taxi. So until the other crew gets there, I'm just going to hang around there. And if
you think there's a crew in there that we can take a call from?
Well, what, for arrival?
Yeah.
I mean,
no, not for arrival, for the other statement.
Well, yeah, but she's not speaking to her till about 9:30, so the second crew will probably be here.
Okay. And then they'll be up and then they'll cut away. If not, I'll have to try and get it out. I mean, I'm on cordless, so if worse comes worse, I'll have to use the time to get in my feet.
Get in. Gabriel was there.
Well, the thing is, normally they've got a little pen. Last time they had a little pen around it, so I was with Jim Old, and Jim went into the pen and just cracked down on the front.
Yeah, exactly.
So you may be able to do that.
Yeah, I can do that.
So I'll just have this mic up here, and that'll pick up the sound from that, or I'll try and point it out.
Yeah, sure. All right. I'll just hang around there, and then at least I can get an arrival shot on an iPhone or something.
Yeah, so it's like for late send. Very late send.
I've got your number.
What time do you have? To get party. I was our call time was 6.
He's on the side here. I think this girl's going to stand down and she's spinning around as well. That's why she's gone in now. Maybe if you went the outside of the pen, the other side.
No, but I'm rotating.
No, go the other side of the pen.
Yes, mate. Everything's wrong.
Is there a program now? I need to just plug them up. Don't worry, don't worry. I just need to change it. I need to add another cable. I've got a tape on the bottom pod and I can't get out of it at the moment.
That's a nice spot.
I'm not sure. I don't think I'm in anyone's mood.
I'll have to take a word for it. I just need to grab a cable out of my bag. Alright, cheers, man. Are you getting the mic though, yeah?
This is a test. This is a test. This is just a test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
program on at the moment? I can't hear anything. Oh, okay. So I don't need to... you straight into my camera.
Well done, everybody here! You will witness history. Let's talk the main witness against Julian. Just Google Dawson line. We want Dawson in the witness box. Their case will crumble. It already has crumbled. Not only is Dawson lying, he was bribed by the Americans to lie. He got an immunity for all his paedophilia. He is a convicted paedophile. That is the central allegation against Julian right from the start. Of course, now Dawson has admitted he lied. They have mentioned some other things as well, which are all rubbish. This whole thing is a sham. So thank you. I am honoured to be among you. To turn up as a court of public opinion to say that this court is a sham. And I add also to all the police here, I'm sure you all join your job. Law and order. Law and order is being hacked. It's being hijacked. This trial is unprecedented. So, to all policemen and everybody, Google Dawson line. You will realise this case is baseless. So thank you so much for coming along.
Something Sky. I'm away on my own, so I can't get from here over to so we'll take a call. Yeah. I mean, I'll try and get over there and I'll get some cutaways and I'll think a little bit of news as well.
Doesn't make sense.
She won't get any news once it starts. She won't get from here today. But the only good thing is, if you go up high, you might get some nice views.
Hopefully, yeah. It's on your own. Just you.
Yeah. I told him they need to say something. to go one more again. that's the 9:30. Christmas first. $9:15 now. Yes. That used to be the Yeah, he's from the organisers. He's with them. He's from.
So another organizer.
They are doing it here.
You can go there if you want.
I have another camera there, thank you.
John is setting up across the street. I think we should too as well. Yeah, I mean it's not. I mean, I know the MTV guys are saying they love doing it from there. They don't speak English, so people aren't going to be listening to doing their live hits. If Claire's in the thick of it doing her live show, people just going to be interrupting and stuff like that. I know that the buses are concerned, but hopefully. And also, it looks like they want some sharing, so I'd rather keep the two workshop positions together because I'm going to have to produce. We can start moving your things if you don't mind, or I can stay here while you. Better yet, I'll get Alessia to.
What? That's going to be too high. Too high, I know. The placement on the connector.
Hey, excuse me. That's going to be way too high.
Not for me. For shorter people, it's definitely too. Children, it's definitely too. Good morning. Thanks very much to everybody who's turned out today to support Julian Assange in what is the most important freedom of press case in the 21st century. We'll be starting a rally here in 5 minutes. We've got members of Parliament and prominent supporters of Julian Assange coming down to speak to you. So if you want to make your way over here, we'll be able to hear from the supporters before today's hearing begins. Thanks very much. Thanks for turning out. Good morning. Thanks very much for turning out. Thanks very much for showing your support for Julian Assange this morning. My name's John Rees. I'll be emceeing the stage today. It's a very important case. Very important that you found the time here to defend Julian Assange and to defend freedom of press. We've got some very impressive speakers here who've come to show their support for Julian Assange. I want to introduce the first of them. He's the Labour MP for Hayes and Harlington. He's worked tirelessly to support Julian Assange. He's begun a demand for an inquiry into the way in which the CPS destroyed its entire stock of emails in the Swedish case. He's done unprecedented parliamentary work. Please give a warm welcome for John McDonnell.
Let me just explain why I'm here very briefly. I'm the Secretary of the National Union Journalists Parliamentary Group. Our role in Parliament, it's a cross-party group, our role in Parliament is to be the voice of journalists. So when this case first emerged, it was fairly obvious what it was aimed at in our view. What Julian Assange is an investigative journalist who, exactly as someone has just shouted, heroically has stood by the highest standards of journalism. What is journalism about? It's reporting the truth. It's about, by reporting the truth, holding power to account. And that's what Julian did. He identified war crimes being committed, solid evidence of war crimes. And he did as every good journalist did, investigated them, researched them, demonstrated the evidence was irrefutable, and he published them. And for that, the state, the US in particular, but other states as well, have sought to repress his ability to operate as an honest and professional journalist. And my God, he's suffered as a result of that. I visited him in Belmarsh prison. If you've not been in Belmarsh, let me tell you, I've been there a few times to visit constituents. It's a brutal and harsh regime. When I visited Julian last time, there'd already been a suicide on his wing. Self-harm, mental breakdowns, mental health problems. He's endured all that with courage and determination. For that alone, he's won my admiration. But also in this last few weeks, as a result of another brilliant journalist, an Italian journalist called Stefania Morizzi, remember that name. For years she's been working and researching on this case. And she was putting freedom of information questions to the Crown Prosecution Service. And then first of all discovered evidence of the Crown Prosecution Service interfering in the Swedish case in order to secure Julian's extradition to Sweden and then clear on to America. It was deliberate interference. But then after that, when the first evidence was found, and she approached me because she was having problems getting those responses to the freedom of information questions, I put down on her behalf those questions again. And then we discovered, having found the first evidence of interference, then we discovered the Crown Prosecution Service has deleted the emails of the solicitor who was dealing with the case, and then couldn't even give us the rationale for that or the rules by which emails are deleted in these cases. So what we've done now, on a cross-party basis again, myself, Jeremy Corbyn, David Davis, former Conservative Minister, Caroline Lucas from the Green Party, we've submitted a request to the Justice Select Committee in the House of Commons to investigate, launch a short, sharp investigation into the role of the Crown Prosecution Service in this case. Because already, as we've seen, Stefania's evidence demonstrates interference in this case, and I think that interference clearly with the motive of the extradition of Julian to the US. Now let me say this, I believe like you, if Julian is extradited, I believe his life is at risk. I do not believe he will be safe, and I do not believe, actually I don't believe that any of the assurances that we've been given so far. So I'm hoping today the court will decide the assurances are not good enough. In my view, I think they should then say Julian should be released and go free and join his family again. But let me say this again, just in my role with regard to the National Union of Journalists. This case is globally important. Why? Because it's trying to say to journalists across the globe, report the truth and this is what will happen to you. So just as those tragedies in Gaza at the moment, 140 journalists being killed by the IDF, the message is going out there, and as a result of this case, to all journalists, you report the truth and we'll come for you. So we're not just standing up for Julian Assange today, we're standing up for journalism, but journalism is one of the foundation stones of democracy. So we're standing up for our freedoms, our civil liberties, and our democracy. Solidarity to Julian, solidarity to this campaign, and let's hope we win today. But if the court doesn't make the right decision, we'll be back until we secure his release and our freedoms once again. Solidarity.
So keep your eyes open on that case that John McDonnell and Stefania Meruzzi are pursuing to get an inquiry into the CPS, because the CPS destroying those emails means that we have an organisation in charge of the justice system which is either too incompetent to do its job or too malevolent to do its job properly. So watch out for that. Now, the next speaker I'd like to call is a member of my own union. He's a member of the executive of the National Union of Journalists. He's campaigned relentlessly, both within the union, to get the union to support Julian Assange, and I'm very proud that it does, and also internationally, in his role as the Deputy General Secretary of the International Federation of Journalists. He's here today, Tim Dawson, and it's very important that we have this union support, because when the American government and others say that Julian Assange is not a journalist, it's very important that the entire global community of journalists in trade unions say, yes, he is.
Friends, for 230 years, the First Amendment to the United States Constitution has guaranteed free expression and a free press. It safeguarded the New York Times, the Washington Post, and countless other publications in the United States. And you might imagine that it would also offer protection to Julian Assange. But sadly, not everybody in the United States thinks that. Mike Pompeo, when he was director of the CIA, since then Secretary of State, said that the First Amendment wouldn't apply to Julian Assange because he is not an American citizen. What a despicable point of view from a country that claims to lead the free world. Quite rightly, Judges Sharp and Johnson, when they last met, said that this was a question that needed to be decisively answered. They needed to know from the United States government, yes or no, would the First Amendment protect free expression in the case of Julian Assange? So they sought an assurance. Unfortunately, the assurance that has come back is anything other than clear. Where they might have offered a straightforward yes or no, they said Julian Assange may apply for protection and it will then be at the discretion of the court. So what Judges Johnson and Sharp have to determine is whether that is a promise that we can trust. And not only must they examine the words of that promise, which I would say are dangerously equivocal, they must also consider who it is that has made that assurance.
It's an administration that we know conspired to steal nappies to try and establish the paternity of a child. It's an administration that relentlessly bugged Julian Assange's meetings with his lawyers. It's an administration that deployed countless officer hours within the CIA plotting to murder Julian Assange on the streets of London. A plan they only abandoned late in the day when the MI6 said, actually, we're not so keen on political assassinations in our own capital city. So the question that the judges must determine is, can we trust an administration that acts in such a way? And I say no, no, no. Let's do that again. No, no, no. The only option at this stage to safeguard a free press and to safeguard free expression is to free Julian Assange. Let's encourage the court to do that. Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Julian Assange! Now let me tell you, whatever is the decision today, and I hope it's the right one, but we must stand resolute, whatever the decision is, to continue to defend the free expression, to continue to defend Julian Assange. I give you my assurance that the National Union of Journalists and the International Federation of Journalists will be side by side in that fight wherever it takes us. Free Julian Assange!
Thanks very much, Tim Dawson, and thanks very much to the International Federation of Journalists for their support in this case. Now, our next guest this morning is somebody who I meet regularly, and I meet her regularly because she is there when anybody who is oppressed or downtrodden, when anybody who needs help fighting the system is engaged in a struggle. I always see the MP for Popular and Limehouse, Apsana Begum, standing by their side.
As others have made very clear this morning, this case has profound consequences for press freedom and democracy around the world. Public accountability and democracy cannot be limited only to those who are in power and what they dictate. We must be absolutely clear. Julian Assange is where he is today because of his whistleblowing activities about illegal wars, about mass murder, about the murder of civilians, and about corruption on a grand scale. I keep asking myself, what does it say about our society that Julian Assange is pursued for publishing information about serious human rights violations, but those responsible for these crimes continue to enjoy impunity? In 2003, I was 13 and I marched against the Iraq war. I know how that war caused devastation and destruction in that region, but the consequences of that war were felt in East London, where I was brought up, and the consequences are felt to this day. Where is the justice? Human rights are also at the core of what is at stake. As has been mentioned, I have no confidence that if Julian is extradited, that his life will not be at risk. The evidence is very clear that if he is extradited, he could be at risk of treatment amounting to torture and other forms of ill treatment, punishment including the death penalty. That's why I think people all over the world understand the seriousness of this case. I really think that we cannot say that we stand for press freedom if freedom only exists if it does not challenge or go beyond what certain powers want. and human rights are not inalienable if they are partially applied at the whims of the most powerful. And we must remember that whatever happens today. Press freedom and human rights are exactly about protecting people against the tyrannies of power. And it's that freedom and that right that we must continue to defend today and going forward. Free, free! Free, free! Solidarity.
Thanks very much, Apsana. Now, we want the court to hear a very clear message today, and that message is this. There's only one decision. There's only one decision. There's only one decision. Okay, now my next speaker is somebody who had the privilege to be an MP in the South African Parliament and worked alongside Nelson Mandela. So he has an illustrious past. He has a magnificent present as an activist against war. And I hope that he's going to have an equally illustrious future, because he's standing against Keir Starmer in the next general election. Please welcome Andrew Feinstein.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all being here. For the past 23 years, I've investigated, researched, and written about the global arms trade. And all of that work was dependent on whistleblowers and sources. When Julian Assange created Wikileaks and revealed overwhelming evidence of war crimes committed by the United States and other Western governments, he changed the game. And that's why he's in the situation that he is in. Because the information that he has put into the public domain threatens the imperialism, the warmongering, and the brutality of our own governments. But in addition to that, it's important to understand that what Julian has done has threatened the very basis of our politics, which is secrecy and corruption. The global arms trade accounts for 40% of all corruption in all world trade. And much of that corruption doesn't only go to the key political players in Saudi Arabia or Israel or other countries around the world. Some of that corruption returns into our political system. And it funds our two major parties, and it funds our politicians like Tony Blair, who have made themselves multi-millionaires through selling corrupt arms deals around the world and associating with British and American defense companies and the most autocratic, undemocratic regimes on the planet. And the reality is that Julian Assange is a threat to all of that. It is a threat to the way in which our tax pounds are illegitimately used to continue to commit genocide in Gaza, to continue to violate international humanitarian law in Yemen and other parts of the world. So the reality is, today and until he is free, we are all Julian Assange. And if they continue to silence Julian, we will be his voice. So we say to those judges today, we say to the governments of Britain and the United States of America, free the truth, free Julian Assange.
Now, my next speaker is someone who's represented this country as a foreign ambassador, but I would say that his most outstanding work on behalf of ordinary people in this country has been his relentless campaigning to free Julian Assange. His writing and reporting on the court hearings have been second to none. Please give a warm welcome to someone who has not stinted in his support for Julian Assange. Welcome, Craig Murray.
Thank you, Dens. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's so many of us here who've been doing this, campaigning to get Julian released, campaigning for his freedom, campaigning for freedom of speech, campaigning for the right of the public to know for 12 years. And today is the day we finally secure the release of Julian Assange. In the last judgment, the court asked for two assurances from the United States government. They asked for an assurance on the death penalty, which they received. They asked for an assurance that he would not be debarred from seeking the protection of the First Amendment on the grounds of his nationality. Now, the court did not ask for an assurance that the First Amendment argument would prevail over the so-called national security argument. Although when your national security apparently relies on concealing war crimes, you have to ask what national security really means at all. But they did not ask for an assurance that the First Amendment argument would prevail over all other arguments. They did ask specifically for an assurance that the First Amendment would not be debarred on the grounds of nationality. And that assurance has not been given. What they have said is he can seek to argue for First Amendment protection. Now, when the court has asked specifically for an assurance, and when the court has blatantly not been given that assurance, if the court still allows the extradition to go ahead, that is an end to any pretense of the rule of law in this country. That is an end to any claim of intellectual integrity on the part of the legal system. That would be an end to the self-respect of these grand Victorian buildings, this tremendous mockery of power where the authority of the state is stamped upon the people. We will see it all for what it is, a callous abuse of power and a charade of justice. But let me tell you this. I do not think we will see that today. I think today we will win, because I think for the court to grant extradition when the assurance they have insisted upon has not been given would be such a mockery, would be such a disgrace, would be such a humiliation. It is a step too far even for this institution. I think today is a day we see Julian free at last. Thank you.
There's only one decision. There's only one decision. There's only one decision. Well, it's my very great pleasure now to introduce the penultimate speaker this morning. You know that when you are sharing a cause with this man, that you're in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. Please give a very warm welcome to the current, and I very much hope future, MP for Islington North, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, John. And first, a big thank you to everyone that's come down here this morning to show their support for Julian Assange on this absolutely crucial day in this horrendous legal battle and nightmare that's now gone on for 10 years where Julian is concerned. The issue is that Julian is a journalist. Julian is a very brave, very focused man who searches for the truth. And he goes in that search wherever the evidence suggests he should. And in that search for truth, he exposed in devastating clarity exactly what the United States was doing in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and many other places around the world where not just the USA, but other governments and huge corporations were making money, destroying people's lives, illegally selling arms, dealing with corruption by bribing people, and he exposed all of that. He was then threatened with a legal action from the United States under the Espionage Act and has fought that case ever since. Julian's reward for speaking out, I believe, on behalf of all of us who want to live in a world of peace and security and recognize you get peace and security by dealing with injustice, inequality and unaccountable power. You don't get it by bombing people. He has done so much to point that way to a more open and free world. His reward has been 10 years of legal struggle, including now 5 years in the prison in Belmarsh, a maximum security prison, and he's not convicted of anything. He is a remand prisoner in a maximum security prison. Even that is a bit unusual. So that's Julian's reward. And today, yet another round in this legal battle, which may or may not go later today to Strasbourg, may go to the USA, may go to another court in this country. Julian's reward is the eternal punishment of legal threats against him and his very existence, because we all know what would happen if he went to the USA. It would be a life sentence. However, those people that ordered the bombings in Afghanistan, that took us into that war, that ordered the bombing in Abu Ghraib, that ordered the destruction of so much civilian life, and those corporate criminals that have destroyed so much of the lives of the poorest people in the poorest parts of the world. Their rewards are honours, their rewards are money, their rewards are positions, their rewards are their virtues being extolled in the world's media. Well, I know which side I'm on, you know which side you're on, and that is the cause of Julian Assange. And if Julian goes down for this, if he goes down for this, every journalist everywhere around the world will be reluctant to expose a truth they know they have a moral responsibility to expose. That will be their response. It will be a suppression of our access to truth, a suppression of our access to knowledge, a suppression of our democratic right to know. So Julian's case has massive implications all around the world. And so I want to pay a huge tribute to all those that have campaigned fearlessly and steadfastly for Julian over these years. Craig, who just spoke now, John, who introduced me, and all others involved in the campaign, particularly Stella and the family, for the way that they have endured, and their moral leadership in this huge issue. They deserve our love, our affection, our solidarity and our support. And so the court will convene this morning. I do not know what the result of that's going to be any more than anybody else in this street does today. But I do know that whatever the next event is, we will be there, we will not give up, we will not walk away, we will always be standing alongside Julian Assange. And the final thing I'd say is this, to any journalists around the world who think they can ignore this story, it's all to do with espionage and criminals and crooks and so on, think again. And to our friends in the United States, we need your voice. Those of you occupying the campuses, well done. Those of you that are campaigning for a ceasefire in Gaza, well done. Also, turn your minds in support of somebody that has exposed war crimes and war criminals around the world and show solidarity with Julian Assange as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Jeremy Corbyn. Thank you for your support. Now, we've got one final person to come up and address you before today's proceedings begin. And I want you to give him an especially warm welcome, because it's hard enough to campaign against the state machine of the most powerful state in the world and of its ally in this country. It's hard to do that in a case that's stretched over years. But it must be more difficult still if it's your brother who is in prison. But Gabriel Shipton has campaigned relentlessly and effectively in this country, in the United States and in Australia with spectacular results. So I want you to do something a bit special here. I want you to think about the words of the union organiser in the United States, Big Bill Haywood. And he always used to say this, that a single finger can easily be broken by your opponents. But if you bind your fingers together into a fist, they can never break a fist. So raise your fist and give a welcome to Gabriel Shipton.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, it's very humbling to be following after so many great speakers this morning. And, you know, these hearing days, it's a sort of bittersweet moment because we come here, I've flown in from Australia and we've met so many people that we've campaigned alongside over the years, so many people from all over the world, all gathered here today. Old friends, new friends, family. I just want to thank everybody who's come today and who's come to every single hearing, and this really means so much to us, to my family. It means so much to Julian that you're out here campaigning to save him, campaigning to free him. So thank you very much. I think we're closer now to Julian's freedom than we have ever been. Just a couple of months ago, we saw in the United States that President Joe Biden said he's considering dropping the charges against Julian. We saw a presidential candidate in Robert Kennedy Jr. saying that he's going to pardon Julian on his first day in office. So there is a real momentum happening now around this campaign, and you've got to thank all yourselves for that. Yeah. But what we need today is we need these judges inside this court to see through this bait and switch assurance that the US has given. They will say anything to get Julian onto their soil, and it's up to these British courts to stop them and to rule in Julian's favour today and to set him free. Can I get one more chant for everyone? So, free, free, Julian Assange. Free, free. Free, free. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabriel Shipton, and thank you to all of you who've turned out this morning to support Julian Assange and to demand that the free press is returned to the people who need it most, and that's the ordinary people of this country and the ordinary citizens of the globe. So thanks very much for being here. We'll be reporting back to you about what we know about what's happening in court at lunchtime, and at the end, obviously, there'll be statements from Stella Assange and from supporters about the result of today's hearing. But no matter how that goes, there will still be a fight to be fought, and we're looking to you to be at the heart of that fight. Thanks very much for coming.
microphone. Careful with the microphone.
Guys, can we be quiet for a statement, please?
Stella's going to speak, so can we just have a little bit of space for her? She's traumatised by this sham going on behind me. Please, just let her have her speech, and then she's got to go.
Thank you everyone for coming and for the millions of people around the world who are supporting Julian and protesting.
Hey! Hey! Get out! Be quiet!
We hope that the courts do the right thing today and find in Julian's favor. But if they don't, we will take an emergency injunction. We will seek an emergency injunction from the European Court of Human Rights. Thank you.
How's Julian doing?
Give a round of applause for going in. Thank you, Stella. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, everyone.
Guys, can we be quiet for a statement, please?
I want to.
Stella's going to speak, so can we just have a little bit of space for her? She's traumatised by this sham going on behind me. Please, just let her have her speech, and then she's got to go.
Thank you everyone for coming, and for the millions of people around the world who are supporting Julian and protesting.
Where is it? I've got a number left.
Wait! Hey! Sit out! Quiet!
We hope that the courts do the right thing today and find in Julian's favor. But if they don't, we will take an emergency injunction. We will seek an emergency injunction from the European Court of Human Rights. Thank you.
How is Julian doing?
Give a round of applause for going in.
So the
requested Emilia Butlin 5. We were in the front door. I would say no. A little bit of so far.
Last time. I don't see any reason why the court, the same judge, would change something like this proceeding. It's going to be exactly the same. There are still less reasons. Right?
me? Can you drop this, get a flag in shot? No. No, I've just got direct sunlight. It's light escaping. Right, so light escaping and making entrances to the back box of ice by landscapes down here.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, we've done that now. We've done that. No, they don't. That's why we're signing tonight. To register and how to, if you haven't got any ID to go to the
Sorry, Nick, are you still on camera too?
That's right. Not a chance. I'm only in the above.
At the end, if you take it back to the top, because we use it on regular stuff.
So am I. Oh, okay, yeah.
There should be in the side pocket, please. It should have a ring and a fabric to it. Thank you. Thanks very much, Nick.
Against the USA, and then moved from doing many other countries around the world, and also corrupt corporations doing bad things, like jumping ships full of toxic waste off Africa, which only stops where Wikileaks exposed. Anyway, let's have a look at this so-called legal case. The central allegation right to start.
Yes, thank you. Perfect. Okay, everything good? All good, yeah. No more than that.
So that means it's keeping it at that level. It's not growing. So to keep it going lower, let me know.
For example, one is a very close friend of UK politicians who masterminded Assange's seizure from the Ecuadorian embassy. And of course, the UK to USA extradition frame states very clearly, and I quote, extradition shall not be granted if the state for which extradition is requested is a political offence.
Camera 3 requesting not to be used for about 2 minutes. I need to apply nun's knickers to the mat box because of the light situation here. We've got a lot of light contamination. That is correct. Camera 3 requires not to be cut up for the next 2 minutes. I need to apply some lightweight material, nun's knickers on the mat box because the light, the sun's moving and getting light contamination.
Stella, welcome. So after this interview,
5 minutes. I'm going to get you a drink. Won't be long.
fine with that, he can be extradited, so they've done their duty to serve.
Well, that means deck share comes out.
And then the US, Biden's already said,
We're not always prepared, are we?
sorry?
We're always prepared.
Maybe they'll work
Waiters, workers, we've got 2 deck chairs, we've got 3 down kits.
I wouldn't do it myself, but Biden has his place already with like putting people on the next stop and the next one and the next stop. So maybe they'll like throw them the bone with this. What's the matter with him?
It's a big thing about it. Some people break it. So much damage. So for him to do that.
The more you talk down to civility.
Exactly, whatever he says, he gets it.
If he says anything inconvenient, then they say, oh, he was having a senior moment. He didn't really mean it. Huge fan base on TikTok. How much is it? Hundreds of thousands. Oh no, it's incredible.
Well, it's a clever answer.
Manufacturing consent, and they just show it in real time, don't they? Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Cheers, thank you.
So you know
much civilian life, and those corporate criminals that have destroyed so much of the lives of the poorest people in the poorest parts of the world. Their rewards are honours, their rewards are money, their rewards are positions, their rewards are their virtues being extolled in the world's media. Well, I know which side I'm on, you know which side you're on, and that is the cause of Julian Assange. And if Julian goes down for this, every journalist everywhere around the world will be reluctant to expose a truth they know they have a moral responsibility to expose. That will be their response. It will be a suppression of our access to truth, a suppression of our access to knowledge, a suppression of our democratic right to know. So Julian's case has massive implications all around the world. And so I want to pay a huge tribute to all those that have campaigned fearlessly and steadfastly for Julian over these years. Craig, who just spoke now, John, who introduced me, and all others involved in the campaign, particularly Stella and the family, for the way that they have endured, and their moral leadership in this huge issue. They deserve our love, our affection, our solidarity, and our support. And so the court will convene this morning. I do not know what the result of that's going to be any more than anybody else in this street does today. But I do know that whatever the next event is, we will be there, we will not give up, we will not walk away, we will always be standing alongside Julian Assange. And the final thing I'd say is this: to any journalists around the world who think they can ignore this story, it's all to do with espionage and criminals and crooks and so on, think again. And to our friends in the United States, we need your voice. Those of you occupying the campuses, well done. Those of you that are campaigning for a ceasefire in Gaza, well done. Also, turn your minds in support of somebody that has exposed war crimes and war criminals around the world, and show solidarity with Julian Assange as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Jeremy Corbyn. Thank you for your support. Now, we've got one final person to come up and address you before today's proceedings begin. And I want you to give him an especially warm welcome, because it's hard enough to campaign against the state machine of the most powerful state in the world and of its ally in this country. It's hard to do that in a case that's stretched over years. But it must be more difficult still if it's your brother who is in prison. But Gabriel Shipton has campaigned relentlessly and effectively in this country, in the United States, and in Australia with spectacular results. So I want you to do something a bit special here. I want you to think about the words of the union organiser in the United States, Big Bill Haywood. And he always used to say this, that a single finger can easily be broken by your opponents. But if you bind your fingers together into a fist, they can never break a fist. So raise your fist and give a welcome to Gabriel Shipton.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, it's very humbling to be following after so many great speakers this morning. And, you know, these hearing days, it's a sort of bittersweet moment, because we come here, I've flown in from Australia, and we've met so many people that we've campaigned alongside over the years. So many people from all over the world all gathered here today. Old friends, new friends, family. I just want to thank everybody who's come today and who's come to every single hearing. And this really means so much to us, to my family. It means so much to Julian that you're out here campaigning to save him, campaigning to free him. So thank you so very much. I think we're closer now to Julian's freedom than we have ever been. Just a couple of months ago, we saw in the United States that President Joe Biden said he's considering dropping the charges against Julian. We saw a presidential candidate in Robert Kennedy Jr. saying that he's going to pardon Julian on his first day in office. So there is a real momentum happening now around this campaign, and you've got to thank all yourselves for that. Yeah. But what we need today is we need these judges inside this court to see through this bait and switch assurance that the US has given. They will say anything to get Julian onto their soil, and it's up to these British courts to stop them and to rule in Julian's favour today and to set him free. Can I get one more chant for everyone? So, free, free, Julian Assange. Free, free. Free, free. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabriel Shipton, and thank you to all of you who've turned out this morning to support Julian Assange and to demand that the free press is returned to the people who need it most, and that's the ordinary people of this country and the ordinary citizens of the globe. So thanks very much for being here. We'll be reporting back to you about what we know about what's happening in court at lunchtime, and at the end, obviously, there'll be statements from Stella Assange and from supporters about the result of today's hearing. But no matter how that goes, there will still be a fight to be fought, and we're looking for you to be at the heart of that fight. Thanks very much for coming.
Look, mate, if it comes to it, I've got shit.
For you lot. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Welcome. no hidden agendas in that conversation. Why there should be more hidden things. Which has got to be the predominant kind of saw my lights. You couldn't hear anything. No. It's like I'm talking to you. Yeah, get it all straight out. Basically, Let's get me the t-shirt as well. This one. This one.
That is the weirdest thing. It is strange. I've not got I don't know how it's something because that is the same competition.
Julian Assange has now become the victim of freedom of the press, and we have to support him, whatever. I think the powers that be probably want to support him, but who knows? Whatever, we have to support him. But look, what is going on in the bigger picture? We have the World Economic Forum imposing many things upon us. They are handing the massacres in Gaza. We need to unite all of these struggles so that we defeat the Israelis in Gaza.
It should be shortly, it will be done now, okay? I'm not promising, but shortly.
does it? How do you know maybe one of these families belongs to the order? They probably do. More than one family. This morning, we still had their results. And you were Craig and we find
I go? The judges reached the right decision. We spent a long time hearing the United States putting lipstick on a pig, but the judges did not buy it. As a family, we're relieved.
Fuck off me!
As a family, we're relieved. But how long can this go on? The United States should read the situation and drop this case now. Now is the moment to do it. Just abandon this shameful attack on journalists, on the press and the public that has been going on for 14 years.
Free democracy! Free Assange! Enough is enough!
This case is shameful, and it is taking an enormous toll on Julian. He is under enormous pressure. He has been in Belmarsh prison for over 5 years. It's been 2 years since the order was issued. This case should just be abandoned. The Biden administration should have dropped it from day one. But now is a right moment for the Biden administration to drop it. So please, those in the United States who are in a power to make a decision, please just drop this case now. Don't let this go on any longer. Thank you.
What's your name? What's your name?
Okay, thank you once again for being here. There have been some hard days outside the courts during the course of this campaign, but this is a better day than we've had at any time since the magistrate first stopped the extradition. So, just to report to you about what's been happening inside the court, about what the significance of it is, about what we'd like people to be doing going forward. We're going to call a number of speakers who've been in there. First of all, somebody who's been right at the heart of this, has been a relentless campaigner for Julian Assange, the editor-in-chief of Wikileaks, Kristen Harfordson.
Thank you so much for coming here today. It's because of people like you that we're finally seeing a glimpse of justice. The sun doesn't shine all that much in London, but today a glimpse, a sun ray of justice. Finally we saw it. And it will mark a path to victory. We said, of course, it shouldn't have taken more than 5 minutes in this courtroom for the judges to see that the United States government was not going to give Julian any assurances, and they would discriminate against him. They would not give him First Amendment protection. It took a couple of hours, but the judges came to the just and the right conclusion. Julian Assange has now the right to appeal. And that in itself should send the right message across the sea to the Biden administration. Look there, you're on a losing ground. You're losing this case. If you want to save any form of face, drop the case against Julian Assange. Drop it right now. It is the only decision that can save face in the US, and of course it will save the future of journalism, which is put at risk in this case. So join me in the call across the sea. Let it be heard. You are losing. Drop the case.
Yes, it's quite something. It's quite something when one of the highest courts in this country says to the American government, we just don't believe you. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage Rebecca Vincent from Reporters Without Borders. She's been campaigning all the way through this. Her organisation has thrown their weight into campaigning for Julian Assange. She's been in court on every previous hearing and today. Please give Rebecca Vincent a very warm welcome.
So this is very good news, and let's take it because we've been waiting a long time for any good news in this case. This is a victory. This means that the issues at the very heart of this case, freedom of expression, press freedom, will get consideration by these courts. It's been far too long to get to this point, but it is so important. Of course, this remains a political case. We have this hope that the UK courts will prevent extradition, and that, after today, is still very much possible. But we hope, across the ocean, that there are some very uncomfortable people in Washington, D.C. looking at London today and thinking very hard about where to go next, because this does not have to play its way through the courts. We do not have to continue to do this month after month. President Biden could make his legacy to be the president who stops this now, who doesn't let it go any further. Julian Assange should not be in prison in the UK, in the US, anywhere for a single day more. We should mention that he wasn't well enough to come to court today. That is very worrying. So let's not lose sight of what's happening to him himself. So I hope that this crowd here today, that the attention that the world will pay to this really important decision this morning, that they'll also not lose sight of where Julian Assange is, which is in a high security UK prison where he's been for more than 5 years for publishing information in the public interest. That is unacceptable. So we hope to see you back outside this court. As soon as this hearing is called, we will be here. We will continue to follow this case closely. It is one of our top priorities because of the dangerous implications it has for journalism and press freedom around the world. We will keep up the campaign to free Assange.
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! And somebody who's been working tirelessly to free Julian Assange. I've said this before, he's been a former ambassador for this country. But that work pales into insignificance in my view compared to the work he's done for the ordinary people of this country and to sustain press freedom in his reporting and his work for the Assange campaign. Please welcome Craig Murray.
Everyone, a few hours ago I told you today was going to be a good day, and today has been an excellent day. We haven't got Julian out just yet, but we are on the way to getting Julian out. We are on the way to victory in this battle. The court granted leave to appeal on two grounds today. Leave to appeal on grounds of discrimination by nationality and leave to appeal on the grounds of freedom of expression. And we are seeing at last an acknowledgement of the crucial importance of freedom of speech, freedom of information and of the public's right to know. And those are the grounds on which we will win this case. It's been a hell of a struggle. It's been a long, long struggle. I see people standing here who I met 12, 14 years ago, standing in the pouring rain outside the Ecuadorian embassy. We've grown a bit older together. I don't know about you, but I've got better looking. And we are still going, and we are going on. And we were fighting what seemed like a losing battle. We were fighting against the odds, but we have turned round public opinion. We have turned round legal opinion. And we are going forward to free Julian Assange. Thank you.
Craig's right. This has been a long, hard fight, and it's not over yet. But I know someone who's been in the first rank of that from the beginning, has been there at every major battle, has thrown himself right into the forefront of this fight on 3 continents. Please welcome Julian Assange's father, John Shipton.
You guys picked a winner. Well, the entire thing, I reckon, stands on your shoulders of the people and supporters worldwide who have unflaggingly. Some people here I've known longer than I've known my daughter's life. You know, they've been outside the embassy and with us all the while. When I say with us, it's to be clear when I say with us, to be clear, to be really clear, this small victory, part of a trend, and that trend is this. 84 members of the Australian Parliament, 2/3 of the Australian Parliament, passed a motion to request the United States to drop the charges. A delegation of Australian parliamentarians, 6 of them went to the United States with Gabriel. What is this thing? The Prime Minister of Australia has raised the matter 4 times. President Biden, outside the Rose Garden, answered a question from a journalist saying that the Australian government has made representations to us on this matter. This only happens with politicians in the circumstances that face us today, that surround us today, if there is a mass movement of interrelated people within institutions, outside of institutions, family groups, and groups like this here today, all over the world, constantly working to reverse what the heart sees and knows is an injustice and bring about a bit of justice. Just my last comment. We had a meeting with President Obrador of Mexico. There's a man of about my age, maybe a bit younger, lucky fella. And he said, in all his life, working in politics, 50 years, he found that ordinary people everywhere hungered for justice and revulsed at the sight of injustice. And I hold that to be true here today. Thanks and congratulations.
Thanks very much, John. Now remember, as you celebrate today, take from that celebration increased confidence and increased energy. Because what this gives us above all is time. And time in a political case is a precious commodity. Because it gives us more time to organise and to mobilise and to make sure that we build on the victory today to ensure that Julian Assange walks free from prison and is never, ever extradited to the United States. The last speaker to talk to you today has done more than any other single individual in more difficult circumstances than any other single individual to make sure that the case of Julian Assange is won and that the freedom of the press is defended. Please welcome Stella Assange.
Thank you. I want to be very clear. Today marks a turning point. We went into court and we sat and heard the United States fumbling through their arguments, trying to paint lipstick on a pig. Well, the judges were not convinced. Everyone can see what's going on here. The United States case is offensive. It offends our democratic principles. It offends our right to know. It is an attack on journalists everywhere. We are relieved as a family that the courts took the right decision today. But how long can this go on for? Our eldest son just turned 7.
all their memories of their father are in the visiting hall of Belmarsh Prison. And as the case goes along, it becomes clearer and clearer to everyone that Julian is in prison for doing good journalism. For exposing corruption, for exposing the violations on innocent people in abusive wars for which there is impunity. And on top of that impunity, they've gone after the man who put that impunity onto the public record. The Biden administration should distance itself from this shameful prosecution. It should have done so from day one. But it may be running out of time to do the right thing. Everyone can see what should be done here. Julian must be freed. The case should be abandoned.
Yes.
He should be compensated. He should be given the Nobel Prize. And he should walk freely with the sand beneath his feet. He should be able to swim in the sea again. Free Assange. Free us all.
Okay, folks, I don't know what else I can say to you except see you in the pub. Craig Murray and I are definitely going for a drink. I hope you'll join us. But when you've had the drink and we've had today's celebration, do remember, we've won a battle, but we haven't won the war. And you must take from today's victory the confidence that even the biggest imperial power in the world can be defeated. It can be defeated if ordinary people like you stay mobilised. Remember what Big Bill Haywood, the union organiser from the United States, said: one finger can be broken by your opponents, but a fist can never be broken. Stay strong, free Assange, stand up for a free press.
Reuters everywhere. That's what our prize.
We are going to win this.
That was live. It goes live out.
Thank you so much.
You could, yeah.
Ah, j'ai laissé. Non, non, mais j'ai fait les speeches. Donc, nickel. Nickel, vraiment. C'est la chose la plus importante. Et la conférence de presse. Ouais. Toi, t'as pas moyen de demander à quelqu'un.
When do I get this back? I'm never going to get it. We need the other card as well.
I'm just checking if
Are you in the office tomorrow? Can you just, the little cup tomorrow?
Yeah, that's the first thing I saw actually.
The green holding cup, the middle desk. This is not my desk. Opposite you. Oh, yes, there's the mug. Put on the mug. I bought other Britain, so I had a bit of Stella Assange, but I have more television. Send them out, you can use them, and then the client can see them.